Morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Finishing Stormblood. Yep, I expect so. Only 9 hours. I know, guys. It's pretty shameful, to be honest. I don't know what I was thinking. Yesterday, I kind of splurged and treated my daughters and myself to a pretty nice restaurant. Had some nice fish. That's why I stopped early. I haven't taken them out in a very long time. Children over game? I know, guys. He ate the catfish. I didn't eat the catfish. I'm not a big fan of catfish in general. I had oysters and then robalo. It was very nice. Hate namatsu? I don't like namatsu. For sure. Game from my Steam wishlist is now on sale. Yo. Am I buying it though? Good morning, everyone. Had oysters one time. They were greasy. Greasy is weird. If you had greasy oysters, I'm guessing they were like fried or something. That doesn't work at all. Yeah, close enough for me. What's the plan today? The plan today is finish the Omega Raid and then continue the Stormblood MSQ and see where we go. Hey, Cryhard. Hey, Elivan. Good morning, Georgie. Good morning, everyone. I almost only eat oysters raw. I love oysters. There's a chance oysters may be my very favorite food in the world, but I've never liked any version of cooked oyster. I don't like them baked. I don't like them broiled. I don't like them fried. Just raw. I'd pay money to see you guys do Omega Savage. We probably will. I'll pass your offer on to Scripe. Let him know that you've offered to fund an event for Echo. Sponsor us to do Omega Savage. I'm sure we can arrange that. Oysters in the Midwest. Yeah, it only works. It only works when they like ship them overnight and obviously still alive. And then they have to sell them within like a day. Pay for all savages. I would love to do all the savages, but it would be a long-term thing because I don't want to do them just like in a group that tells me what to do and I do what I'm supposed to do. I like playing blind. I like figuring strats out myself. I like being in a group that sees something new together for the first time and it's like, whoa, that's really cool, and figure out how to min-max and optimize my class. So it would be a long-term thing. Morning, everyone. Need to stall more. I stalled as much as I could yesterday. I only streamed for like 9 hours. It was ridiculously short compared to normal. Ask Preach to heal. Dude, listen, if we need someone, I am 100% down to play with Preach. We love your reactions. Thank you, Azur. I think it's very fun to prog blind. I think it's very fun to see the content for us, and I think it's very fun for you guys as well to see us see it and like laugh at our silly strats and pog at our cool strats. I think it's very good times. I'm going to Steam real quick, team, because apparently a game I want is on Omega sale. What the frick? Yo, I'm buying that. Buying that real quick. I'm not installing it right now, but I'm buying it right now. Morning, Dia. What game? Assassin's Creed Odyssey. 75% on sale. That's sick. You can do 1 tier per week blind with ease. I hear ya. I hear ya. But, on the other hand, have you ever seen us progress? we did all of Eden blind, minimum level, no echo. We're doing DSR blind right now. We did Panda blind on launch, and it took us like a couple of days. So you're right, we probably could do Savage. We probably could do Savage like once a week, but that would never happen. That would be too busy for us. More likely we would do, you know, 1 new tier over the course of a couple of weeks. I wonder what tier we'd pick. I guess the one right before Eden, which I don't know what that is. Azur, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You use the gear you got? Yeah. I use minimum item level because the community uses that word. More accurate would be exactly as done in progression. We used the exact same crafted gear everyone used, and then when we looted bosses, we gave that gear out and wore it. So progression style. Oh, Stretch, good morning. Ryan Ackerman, good morning. So the one previous to Eden was Omega? Interesting. Well, maybe we'll do that. That'd be kind of cool. Dean's in, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you. In the Crystal Conflict European Championship. Is that PvP? I don't even know what that is. Morning, Xenos. Will you play PvP? No, probably not. I don't like PvP as a rule. Seeing you progging DSR, appreciate content for the entire summer holidays period and Christmas, and maybe next year as well. Yeah, can't argue with that. I need to figure something to do with my cast bar on Dragoon. I don't really know what I want to do with it. Maybe stick it down here for rare castings. It shouldn't normally be in the way. Yeah, it's fine. Coming home from work ill, but I get to chill here all day. Willow, I'm sorry that you're sick, but I'm glad you get to hang out with me all day. Watching Echo DSR cope better with My DSR, yeah, I don't blame you. It's a fun encounter, that's for sure. Very fun encounter. And sometimes there's PvP and DSR. Maybe that's all the PvP I need. PvP and crafting. New mode is fun. I'm glad folks are enjoying it. But I'm a one-track mind. Right now I'm doing MSQ. Then I'll do side content. I'm actually, like, I was loving doing DSR, but I'm almost, like, glad that we're not doing it right now because it lets me just commit so heavily to MSQ. It's nice. There's a leaderboard with crafting. That's strange to me, but if people enjoy it, doesn't matter. It's fine. Crafter rotation is more interesting than the healer rotation. I mean, the healer rotation isn't a rotation. You just press 1. Eleanor, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. A couple more minutes of stalling, and then everyone will be here, and we can get going. I guess the main difference between just turning on a starting soon screen and actually talking to you guys is A, we're hanging out, and B, with a starting soon screen, I could, like, go do other things, I guess. Either way, it's kind of stalling the same amount. Sun1, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support, my friends. Thank you very, very much. Okay, macro healing rotations. Can't you? What's the difference between a crafter macro and a healer, like, rotation? Macros on cube, that's true. I know that. That is true. But I mean, like, substantively, the healer rotation, you push 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. You didn't like Otsuyu returning to her evil persona. She wanted you to kill her, die as a monster, then live a lie. She did it so Getsuitsu wouldn't warn her. I don't know. I haven't thought deeply about the return of Yotsuyu just because I didn't like that story arc. Morning, Boston. Preach's gonna have words with you over it. He's welcome to. I'm glad to talk to Preach when this is all over. See what he thinks. Will you do 08 Savage? No, right now I'm doing MSQ. Right now, my goal is MSQ and story. I'm not particularly interested in fights for the sake of being cool or doing cool PvE encounters. That's a different aspect of my personality, that's a different aspect of my gaming, and that'll be done some other time. I'm not going to take a break from MSQ to progress a fight. I would love to do 08 and all of the Omega Raid Savage, and I probably will, but when I do, it'll be blind, it'll be minimum item level, it'll be no echo, and it'll be with my friends. That'll be very fun. Morning, Delmania. Loved it. Moral Dilemma of Losing Her Memory. I also really enjoyed the initial storytelling they did with her fake out death. But that's completely separate in my mind from other issues. I didn't enjoy the fake out death. I thought it was cheap. And then the lost memory and reversion to childhood was interesting. It raises incredibly important and interesting topics of personhood and responsibility and guilt and identity. Very neat. And then, completely separate again, I didn't like, oh, she's back and evil and it's Yatsuyu reprise. Yeah, I can like and dislike different things about the same thing and keep them separate in my head. So even though the personhood and identity storyline was neat and interesting and engrossing, and we talked about it for like an hour, I didn't like the fake out death, and I didn't like the JK, she's back, now kill her again storyline. I'd pay money to see Preach talk with you about this. Well, I think it's very likely that you'll be able to do that for free. After I'm done with the MSQ, I will gladly sit down with Preach for as long as he has and go through every single patch talking about what we thought and what I thought and whether he agrees with me if he wants. I think that'd be awesome. I think that'd be fun. And I think I remember it pretty well. I haven't taken any notes, but I remember the MSQ. Talk about Teleji? I will. I'll talk about all the different components of Adeleji's story. All the different pieces of his narrative arc. Except for his last name, Teleji Adeleji. Pretty sure that's his last name. I remember Teleji very well. I remember our first time meeting him. I remember being tricked into thinking he was a good guy because he was willing to welcome the Doman refugees into his lands. I remember Lolorito's opposition and the syndicates being stymied by the monetarists' overall policy of rejecting additional refugees. She wasn't evil, she wanted to kill herself? Well, immediately after remembering all she had done, she wanted to kill herself. Until her step-parents wanted to sell her again, at which juncture she decided to embrace her memories of having been evil and exacting nothing but vengeance and pain on the world. When she confronted us at the prisoner exchange, saying, I am the rightful viceroy and you are my subjects, I don't think she wanted to kill herself anymore. I think she wanted to inflict misery upon the world. I respect people who say they liked it, so do I. Different opinions are welcome. I don't mind other people saying they liked the parts I didn't like. There are parts of that storyline I enjoyed too, but there are parts I didn't. How do you feel about Ilberd paving the way for Alamegan liberation? The only way that Ilberd paved the way for Alamegan liberation is by spreading himself over the pavement on which we walked in order to go liberate Alamigo despite him. And that part was pretty cool. I think that Ilberd made an excellent paving coating. It was probably the best I'd ever seen him, and the most useful he'd ever been. Viewed that as suicide by police. I respect you viewing it that way, but I definitely don't see it that way. I think that that's reading way too much into it and just making up too much to make it fit like your desires for the story. I don't agree. That wasn't suicide by police. That was an attempt to exact vengeance and exert power. Yeah, hard reach. Last word shows he cared about Gotsetsu. Yep, that's true. Where do you think the story goes from here? I have no idea. Still stalling. We're talking about the MSQ. I don't consider that stalling. I think it's important conversations. He doesn't know? I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna finish Omega this morning and then see what happens. I mean, the only place this story can go is toward Alfie's storyline. We need to see what's going on with the Ascians, what's going on with Xenos, what's going on in the Empire. Maybe our next step is, like, to take the battle even further to the Empire. Maybe it's time for us to invade. I don't know. I love these cozy talks which people would say stalling. I know it's a meme and people want to get me to start clicking on boxes, but talking about the MSQ is possibly the most fun I have. Thinking about it and talking about all the interesting issues raised, it's extremely fun. Second only to the really interesting story we play is the most fun. And then talking about this stuff is the second most fun. I can't see thing to accept. There we go. About its server tick for you? It depends. It depends entirely on whether it kills me, right? Anytime I die, the server tick and lag is intolerably bad, and I can't believe the game killed me in that unreasonable manner. But of course, when I live, then the server ticking is perfectly acceptable and not a problem at all. Isn't that true of everyone? Isn't that true of every single person, no matter what their MS is in every single game? Oh no, I lagged! Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Me too. Every time I die, I also lag. Better than saying you blindly saying you love everything? Yeah, I mean, that would just be weird. I guess if, I don't know, I guess if I was only playing through the MSQ for the sake of saying I had done it or for some kind of like streamer benefits, then maybe I wouldn't talk about stuff, but I'm only doing it because I like it. I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't like it. And when I read an interesting book or I watch an interesting movie or I play an interesting game, I like to talk about it. And when I hear an interesting story that has implications about human nature and human decision making and human identity, I'm going to think about it. And I'm going to talk about what I think. It's very fun. It's rewarding to have meaningful conversations with other people about these meaningful topics, and you guys are providing me a lot of interesting conversations. Why are we pacing? We were having a bit of a, I don't know, post the last patch conversation, kind of letting it all go, working through it all. Are we waiting for people? No, not in particular. If you guys want to join for the new Omega, feel free to give me a DM and we'll get going here pretty soon. What are your thoughts on Nanamo? I feel bad for Nanamo. She's weak, ineffective, and her authority has been wholly usurped by Lolo and the other oligarchs of Ulda. It's unfortunate. I wish her the very best in trying to wrest some power out of the oligarchy's hands and relay it on to the people as she has indicated she would like to do. But she had been intending to do that when she still had the illusion of having power. And Lolo, catching wind of her desire to increase the democratic processes of Ulda and having no interest in that, being an oligarch with complete regulatory capture of the government, very effectively undercut her, demonstrated his power over her, almost poisoned her, could have killed her at any time, and made it clear not only to her but to her loved ones and her protectors that he could do it at any time, effectively just ripping the legs out from underneath her so that she couldn't do it. And as far as I know, no progress has been made on that front since. In fact, the last thing that we saw in Ulda was Lolorito once again exhibiting his complete regulatory capture of the government of Ulda by needing to be individually consulted by the legitimate government of Ulda for them to spend legitimate government funds, and deigning to graciously give his permission for them to use their government funds for a government purpose, only if he was, in exchange for his gracious permission and nothing else, given a giant chunk of money for free. So Nanamo is the most clear example of a puppet I've ever seen in government, and has effectively no power, no ability to affect change, and no influence. Isn't the Syndicate the government? Do you think the Syndicate is more the government than the Sultana? And do you think one single individual of the Syndicate is more legitimately the government than, I don't know, the Council, which she didn't even bother to assemble? She just went to Lolo. Guys, you can't be like, oh, it was legitimate, it was good because she talked to Lolo. You're just conceding my point, which is that single oligarch controls the government in and of himself. Unluck. Reinforces my point. She's a puppet. She's useless. It's not her fault she's useless, but she is useless. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. We need one more friend to do Omega with us. That might be for narrative speed. No, I reject that out of hand, my friend. They have had no compunctions whatsoever about having actual full council meetings when they want to for the story. You can't justify this by saying, oh, it's for narrative speed. It's clearly intentional. We have to accept what the writers are showing us. And what the writers are showing us is that this one man, through his extraordinarily effective plot, through his extraordinarily effective treason and criminality, has completely captured the processes of government decision-making in Ulda. That is a deliberate choice on the writer's part to show us, and you can't just write it out of the story by imagining that other things might be true and they just didn't show it to us. Alright. We have stalled long enough, my friends. You're deep in the story. I am deep in the story. And it's like, obviously I'm the one that gets to talk, and you guys have to hope I see your message and hope I respond right. That doesn't mean that my takes are better than yours. It doesn't mean that I'm right and you're wrong. This is what I think. You think something different? It's fine. I disagree. You disagree. The world is not harmed by our disagreement. In fact, it is likely better off. Robin! I was told you'd made it out of the hole, but nothing beats seeing you with my own two eyes. In case you're wondering, Nier was taken straight to the infirmary. The chief should be back soon with news if you don't mind waiting. Your takes are like Asmon's. Thank you, thank you. I agree with your takes. She's weak. She is weak. She is weak. Chief, how is he? Not good. It seems one of Omega's nastier minions paid him a visit in our absence. He's putting on a brave face, but having seen his injuries, I'm surprised he kept going for as long as he did. I don't think Omega wanted him to. Omega wanted us to be, like, stressed out when we went to fight. Feels like you're laboring under the misconception that the Syndicate isn't the government. No, I fully understand what an oligarchy is. But the Syndicate is a council, and Lolorito is not a council. I think you're laboring under the misapprehension, I don't know, that I'm saying something that I'm not, or that I'm not saying something that I am. What I'm saying is that Lolorito has captured all of the decision-making of the government, and is in himself governing Ulda. And the fact that you keep saying Syndicate's government doesn't make that untrue. Because, you know, unless you're acknowledging that he is the Syndicate, which proves my point. The Kyrugians confined him to bed. Even should Omega extend its next invitation, Nero won't be coming with us. Midgard Sommer is taking a lengthy nap now, isn't he? And it won't be long before our base camp is lost to the rift again. When the time comes, I'll join the expedition myself. The challenges will only get harder, and you'll need someone reliable at your back. I appreciate the offer, Jasmine, and I may yet take you up on it when the time comes. But let's not make any decisions just yet. I have a lot of thinking to do about what's happened and about what lies ahead. We can think for as long as Omega allows us to think, and then we need to get back to it before he exterminates our friends. Poor thing seems worried. I don't know the motives of this little rubber ducky. Is he primarily concerned about us because we're his friends and we treat him well, and he's this like new creation attaching like a, you know, duckling? Or does he have motives? Is this just some kind of front for his multi-dimensional reality? And he wants to kill his father, Omega. I don't know. I appreciate him trying to save me. Alright, that was the right answer. He's a duckling. Well, that got a smile out of him. We may not understand what he says, but I think we can understand how he feels. He's bonded with us, and he likes us. Much as I'd like to stay and chat, we all have work to do. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face Omega itself and evolve, seeing what it's capable of. We need to be stronger. We need to be ready when Omega calls on us again. Let's make sure that we are. Alpha's so cute. Alpha's head is implausibly large. Huge brain, huge brain. Good timing, Robin. There's been another anomaly detected at the yawn. Assuming previous instances are anything to go by, this energy fluctuation is another of Omega's invitations. If you don't mind waiting a moment or so, we can talk things over with Sid. He'll be here soon. How does Alpha put on his clothes? They're all like button up and zip up, you know? Wrap it around the body and then zip it up. It's fastened clothes. The chief should be here by now. I bet my stock in the company he's fiddling with that research data. Do we take that bet? I suppose I should explain, even if the chief might prefer me not to share. After your last run-in with Omega, Sid had some research notes smuggled in from the Empire, from Garlemald. Oh, fancy. The notes are part of Midas Nen Garland's legacy, who was, of course, the chief's father and the Empire's preeminent engineer. The incident at Bozja. Do you know of it? I don't, but we've talked about it before. The Bozja incident. Bozja was an imperial fortress city. It was there Midas constructed the lunar transmitter, a device built to communicate with Dalamud. Emperor Solus had ordered Midas to devise a means to destroy primals, and so he sought to harness the power of the Red Moon. The project was a failure. He succeeded in controlling Dalamud, but the immense energies emitted from that satellite vaporized the transmitter and the entire town in which it was built. My goodness. As you can imagine, the job of sifting through the rubble afterwards was no pleasant task. Master Garland was slated to assume his father's position as head engineer, but this disaster, added to his opposition to the Empire's conquest, convinced him to abandon his homeland. The chief has wanted nothing to do with the lunar transmitter or the data used to create it until now. I think he means to put that research to use in your conflict with Omega. In fact, given the time frame, there can be no other explanation. Listen to me, Robin. The chief's genius is plagued by a great deal of apprehension. Even so, once he makes a decision, he doesn't do things by halves. When the time comes, he'll come through for us. You have to believe that. Nod. Sorry I'm late. I was too focused on my work and lost all sense of time. I know what that's like. I start the MSQ at a reasonable hour, and then suddenly it's 12 hours later. That's no excuse, Chief. What have I told you about being punctual to staff meetings? Anyway, I've shared the situation at the Yawn with Robin here. Jesse being assertive? I'm always assertive. Are you talking about Jasmine? You know that Omega is likely ready to continue with its tests. Shall we go and knock on the door? But Chief, Wiggs and Bedge aren't fit for field work yet, and the Kyrugian's given Nero strict orders to stay abed. Yeah. What of Midgardsummer? Still taking his nap, is he? Nod. That leaves only you, Robin, and Alpha. Maybe it's time I join the expedition. Man, we've had a lot of casualties for not even really fighting Omega yet. No, Jasmine, I need your talents elsewhere. There's a half-built device in the workshop I need you to finish putting together. I've drawn up the design, completed the core mechanisms. The final assembly should pose no problem for an engineer of your abilities. A new device? Does that mean that you used? Whatever you say, Chief. I'll have it ready and waiting for you. Just be safe. It's back to the rift for us. Let's finish these experiments and bring the fight to Omega itself. He's what? He used his data from the Bozja incident. Ancient Allegan technology that will perhaps aid us in fighting Omega? Because we saw from Omega's fight with Shinryu, there's basically no shot that we are capable of fighting Omega ourselves. We need help. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Beat Shinryu? Well, kind of. We beat Shinryu after Shinryu was like bound and then merged with Xenos. But yeah. Morning, GG's. Good morning. How's everyone doing? My mouse is suddenly not working. What's up? I did not unplug a USB. Something happened on its own. Some kind of USB connection that I'm guessing was with my mouse. So it's not working all of a sudden. Alright. Hello, everyone. Oh my god, I just did it again. Alright, let's hope it's working. Are you ready, Robin? Yes. I think, is this first part another fight in there to prove to Omega that we're capable of competing at the next level? because I might need to re-invite you guys later. Let's go! Alpha's ready, Sid is ready, I am ready. Let's dive right in, my friends. Alright, we're back in the interdimensional rift. The ethereal rift, interdimensional rift. We're missing some test worlds. Omega's experiments must be nearing an end. Welcome, welcome. Your arrival has been highly anticipated, and I will confirm your earlier supposition. My experiments have indeed reached the final stage. Of the 89 test subjects I trialed, 4 Psi groups combatants emerged victorious. Of those 4, further conflict determined the strongest among them. This surviving specimen shall be your opponent. We're in the finals. We've come to the last round of testing then, and if we win this battle, will we finally face you in combat? Affirmative. Such an outcome would allow me to pursue my objective to its conclusion. I would continue analyzing the qualities which allow you to prevail despite your frailty, and integrate said qualities into my own arsenal. I'll be pleased if my experiment yields the relevant data, but engaging you directly is still the most efficient and reliable testing method. Omitting intermediary steps. Evaluation of combat potential deemed superfluous. Proceeding immediately with final experiment. We don't have to fight the little boxes because he's seen us fight before. This is good. Stop. Alpha, your task is complete. Your presence among these test subjects is no longer required. What do you mean by that? I will guide your progress personally from this point onwards. Alpha's role in transferring authority is now obsolete. But Alpha's our valued friend, and if he wishes to continue on with us, I have no intention of leaving him behind. Leave our rubber ducky alone. Why would you tell him that? He likes causing us stress. Companion. Companions are those who provide mutual benefit. The instant Alpha's authority became redundant, he lost his sole qualification to be regarded as such. Furthermore, the primary function of Alpha's existence was to lure you into my domain. He would be more accurately described as bait. He didn't mean to. Test subject Alpha can neither confirm nor deny my statement. He possesses no memories prior to his encounter with you. He was the first entity I created in this realm, my first and only attempt to recreate a being who shared your mundane parameters. You think we're about equivalent to a rubber ducky. I based his incarnation upon a most ordinary life form, one which had somehow bested an enemy whose strength rivaled my own. By observing the feeble creature in the heat of battle, I sought to understand the source of this contradiction. It's raining feathers. I repeated the experiment once, twice, 1,000 times, but the results never deviated from estimated projections. Wait, you killed that many little rubber duckies? It's raining the remains of the rubber duckies he has killed. The test was an abject failure, and thus I resolved to adapt my methodology. Those are all Alpha's clones. He's created and destroyed Alpha 1,000 times. I would focus instead upon simulating powerful opponents and summon mortals of natural origin here to combat them. For Alpha, I devised a new purpose. I erased his memory, implanted a compulsion to return to me, and ejected him into your world. Weak beings exhibit a tendency to form groups. I surmised that this instinctive behavior would aid Alpha in bringing me the test subjects I require to function he has performed with adequate competence. Stop laughing, but it's funny how he reinforces the fact that he cloned Alpha thousands of times to kill him over and over by raining dead chocobo feathers on us. That's so cold. Tell me something, Omega. This ability of yours to generate matter was not originally intended for creating other life forms, was it? Your query is objection, relevance. Affirmative. I was equipped with matter generation capabilities for the purpose of unlimited self-improvement and armament expansion. Fabricating life forms was not the intended function, but the practice is not prohibited or problematic. I disagree with you there. As an engineer, I would advise against using such technology for purposes outside its design. We call those unintended consequences. From the start, you've been making the same mistake. Even the powerful subjects of your test worlds were made crippled and incomplete. It is conviction which drove these villains to terrible greatness, the same limitless conviction which allows weakling heroes to overcome them. Don't you understand? We will never lose two creations, no matter how much stronger they should be, according to your soulless calculations. Come, Robin. Let's be on our way. You too, Alpha. Alpha's had a rough morning. Alpha's morning has been I created you 1,000 times to fight me and you failed every time. So I turned you into bait for your friends, and you have done an adequate job of luring them here into death and dismemberment. I have our base camp up and running. You can dive into the final test world whenever you wish. As for the world's inhabitant, Omega has generously provided us with a basic profile. Your opponent's name is Chaos. The first heroes defeated this evil in a conflict that took place so long ago, I have trouble separating myth from history. Unless, of course, this is an entity from another reality, as were the denizens of the Sigmascape, in which case it may be pointless to even attempt to confirm the details. What's certain, however, is that this chaos stands triumphant over a roster of truly monstrous test subjects. It promises to be a grueling battle, but one which will open the gate to fighting Omega itself. It's time to kill Chaos. Alpha, you and I will need to provide support for Robin. Will you be my assistant? You're bothered by what Omega said earlier? You think you're responsible for dragging us into this mess? Yeah, he's sad. Trust me when I say this is not your fault. We were the ones who awakened Omega, and we're the ones who need to deal with the consequences. Sid's like, how can it be your fault when it's my fault? Queh. By the way, do you still have that card you used to boil water in the kettle? It's been brought to my attention that I'm a spoiled blue blood who can't even refill a pot without constant reminders. If you could take charge of that, it would be most helpful. Please, Rubber Ducky, you have to make the tea. Okay. It's inconvenient without Midgard somewhere here to translate his chirping. But the best medicine for his worries is for you to win this contest. Let's show him we're on top of things. Nod. Don't worry about doing it to save our friends. Do it to save the rubber ducky. Not even save him. Save his morale. Alright. It's time. AlphaScape version 1.0. Champion designated as FFXIV. We go. Look at all those demons. You got some big everything. He's got a third eye. It's a Garlean. Latitudinal implosion. That's hit hard. My mouse stopped working again. Ah, this is a problem, team. I can't turn. Okay, now I can turn. I'm gonna stand here. Seem okay to you guys? I'll go with the left foot. I don't know if my mouse is getting old or if my USB port's fucking up. Hard to say. Whoa, what? Jesus. That does that much damage. Yeah, I guess so. Huh. You guys have to forgive me. I'm also like trying to tinker with my mouse. I saw the knockback and then I was just like, alright, I push knockback immunity and then look at my mouse work. That's weird. He became untargetable, but only for a second. I guess spread out. Oh. Kill the crystal. Dropped a big ass Jesus rock on us. He's almost dead. Oh, that's a dot. I'm so unused to effects leaving, like, I don't know, stuff on the ground. Too much of an instinct to move into the old effect. We have defeated the gigantic demon of chaos. Hog. Look at all that random stuff. Ooh, I want the music though. If I stay, I'm gonna get all of it. Never mind. I don't want it. Can make you play Stranger's Paradise? If that's a side thing in Final Fantasy, odds are I'll probably do it. I'm gonna do a lot of side stories after MSQ is over. The battle is concluded. Alpha Group is victorious. This also signals the completion of my experiments and the incontestable fact of your supremacy. Wait, really? So the next 3 fights are all against Omega itself? The process by which you consistently exceed your projected potential continues to confound and heck my understanding. Is it possible that test subject Sid's suppositions are correct? That my calculations and simulations are fundamentally flawed? Do mortals truly boast some undefinable quality I do not possess and cannot measure? Error. Logic loop malfunction. Resolution requires additional data. If the nature of your existence defies standard reasoning, I must examine you from an illogical angle. I will subject the unknown to the imperfect. Test subject Robin Gelson will proceed to a supplemental stage. I have altered this test world to reflect a recorded memory. It originates from a time when war erupted on a distant star. I was deployed to the battlefield, and it was there I engaged an enemy of unmatched strength. The contest ended prematurely and I failed to bring down my foe. Subsequently, I lacked the data to fabricate a completely accurate simulation. Backstory for Omega. Results stemming from such a subject are unreliable. Even should you be defeated by this incomplete creation, I will still honor your previous victories and engage you in combat myself. He's telling me it's okay to fail. Oh no, never mind. That is, of course, assuming you survive. According to my past observations, this opponent will accept only death as a condition of defeat. Hello. Prepare to face Midgardsormr, red-maned worm of the Dragon Star, and nemesis of my world. This is not the faded specter that you know, or a mortal conjured simulacrum. You will contend with a true incarnation of the Father of Dragons at the height of his power and glory. Omega, wait! You can't force Robin to fight 2 battles back to back. He needs time to regain his strength. He must be allowed to recuperate or the data for your testing will be skewed. Acknowledged. Test subject Robin Gelson, you are permitted to leave. Re-enter the test world when your strength has returned to optimal levels. I love how they tease this other war on this other star, the Dragon Star, the war between dragons and whatever Omega was representing. It's cool. He called him the nemesis of my world, when of course Midgardsormr was like, this guy was the nemesis of my world. Quack, 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 quack. Alpha's distressed. Sid is nowhere in sight. Robin, I'm right here. I don't think you can see me, but I'm standing next to Alpha. Huh. Your model's not rendering, Sid. My apologies. 'Twas not my intention to undermine the gravity of the situation with this diversion. I noticed the kettle was boiled and thought some tea would soothe my nerves. I poured myself a cup and was halfway through drinking it before I realized my hand, and the rest of me, turned invisible. I understand the situation's unsettling, but I assure you, I can still work unimpeded. Now we had best discuss how to approach. Man, first my mouse stops working, and now my monitor's not working. Jesus. Oh, it appears to have worn off. Quack, quack, quack. Now, you're not to blame. I did ask you to fill the kettle after all. I'd forgotten what Nira said about your card producing water with unexpected properties, although it seems the effects were different this time. Invisibility tea. Anyway, it was pleasant to have a distraction from our greater woes, however brief. We'll set the rest of the water aside for now and decide what to do with it later. Invisibility water. Robin, we need to talk about your contest with Midgardsormr. Watching through the monitor, I can see that the worm appeared different to the one we know. From everything we've heard thus far, it seems that Omega and Midgardsormr both hail from different stars. Oh shit, two distant worlds at war with one another. As a result of that conflict, the worm was forced to gather his offspring and leave his home behind. And after evading Omega's pursuit over the course of an unimaginable journey, the Father of Dragons arrived here on our world. I'm assuming the entity you're to face is a younger, more vital Midgardsormr, just as he was when Omega first encountered him thousands of years in the past. A formidable foe indeed. I didn't really fight him at Keeper of the Lake. Not really. Hopefully Omega's imperfect data will contain a flaw we can exploit. It certainly doesn't help matters that Omega's little surprise isn't registered as an official test subject. I can't even use the terminals to search for the most basic information. Isn't the most basic information we normally get for each of our opponents the name, and sometimes its nature? All we knew about Chaos was that he was named Chaos. With that in mind, Robin, I have a proposal. I wish to leave the completion of the supplemental stage entirely in your heroic hands. Rather than twiddle my thumbs whilst you prepare to contend with the dragon, I instead intend to work on a strategy for our inevitable confrontation with Omega. And then, my friend, we will put a stop to this mad machine once and for all. I'm glad we're in agreement. I'll ready my tools, and you ready yours. You've got a worm to slay. Okay. Time to destroy Midgardsormr simulated version marked 1,000 years ago. Are you ready, team? Incomplete data of a foe who once stood firm against Omega itself. Dragon! Come back here. You got a big hitbox. Oh shit! Well, they knew that was happening and I didn't. Got a mark. That's fine. He's blasting the fuck out of us, team. Whoa, he did the reverse. Fuck you, dragon. I got reversed. Over long does this clash endure. Gotta go on ham. Oh my god. That hit me. That's a lot of patterns. What am I witnessing right now? Help! Dragon. Sticking his head in. Blind. Failing. What am I witnessing? Whoa, we sliding. Hit me. Too slow. I think this is a safe spot. Never mind. DSR today? We don't have DSR for a couple weeks now. But it's awesome. It's pretty cool. Figured I'd never find the last 6 raids. It is a tradition. You figure out the tells? No. The cross one I figured out because he rotates vertically. The horizontal spinning that made it either out or in, I didn't see. Another stunning victory, Robin. I felt the breath catch in my throat on more than one occasion. Yet even as I watched the battle rage, I was struck by an idle thought. Did you notice the resemblance between Midgardsormr and Shinryu? Unlike most primals, Shinryu's form had no basis in any system of belief. I've heard the theory that the summoner was simply influenced by the majesty and power of the elder primal Bahamut. Are doing a lot of WoW raids? We're going to do WoW 2 days a week, just like normal. But now I'm beginning to think there might be another explanation, that the primal took its shape from the ancestor of all dragons on Highland. The widely held concept of how a dragon appears has for centuries been rooted in the predictions of Midgardsormr. The summoner may not even sought to imitate him specifically. Subconscious thoughts and memories alone could have guided the similarity. Not that I have any way of confirming this theory, of course. Nevertheless, it's interesting that Shinryu's summoning should lead us to awakening Omega. A strange twist of fate when you consider the machine's connection to Midgardsormr. Well, whatever else Destiny has in store, you've already bested the opponent that Omega itself failed to overcome. A feat worthy of celebration, I'd say. Hog. WoW raids with viewers. Is that what you guys would enjoy? You want me to stop playing MSQ and start doing viewer raids in World of Warcraft? The odds of me doing that are somewhere between 0 and 0. Your move, Omega. You plan to play Eureka. I don't know what Eureka is. Shutdown initiated. All core experiments and supplemental testing concluded. Discarding test worlds. System resources rerouting to primary operations. Congratulations, Alpha Group, as the last surviving test subject, you have removed every challenger on your path to reach me. I too am eager to meet you in battle. The margin of error I observed between my simulations and your practical performance against Midgardsormr necessitates direct and immediate analysis. Confrontation imminent. Prepare for unmitigated hostilities, then activate the relocation device to enter the arena. This is it then. Omega's power might seem overwhelming, but trust in old Sid. I have a fair idea where its weakness lies. And I've been working on something to exploit that vulnerability. I just need a little more time to prepare. Nod. First things first, we make a few adjustments here. Alpha, do you have any of those tricks and tools left over? I want us to have as many options as possible. Let's lay our cards on the table, as it were. Queh. Whoa. Yo, where were you keeping those? Bro, that's not okay. What do we have here? Some sort of gem. A couple of stones. And one single card. This makes things bigger, does it? Or is it smaller? Foolish of me to even ask. We'll leave you in charge of when and how to use your special tools. Ah yes, I almost forgot. I wouldn't touch him either, Sid. I don't blame you. Your invisibility water. You should carry this as well. I filled an empty bottle with the invisibility water from the kettle. It might just prove useful in the right situation. Listen to me, Alpha. Up until now, Omega has poked and prodded us from one mad experiment to the next. And honestly, we have no idea what might happen in there. But between us, I believe we have the knowledge and the skills to prevail. If you see a chance to make a difference, I want you to take it. All you need is faith in yourself and a little courage to see it through. He's happy again. Right, Jasmine should have the device put together by now. Let's head outside, shall we? What did Jasmine make us? I'll head straight back to Ralgar's Reach and collect my new toy. I do still need to run through a final inspection, so feel free to rest in town in the meantime. We'll discuss strategy the moment I'm finished. Queh, queh, queh. Alpha seems concerned about Sid's well-being. He wants to follow him. His hands were shaking. Why are we spying? You're looking a bit shaky there, old friend. Nero, they let you out of bed? Shrug. After studying the data collected from the battle between Omega and Shinryu, one is led to a certain conclusion. Of all the Primal's attacks, Shinryu's burst of lightning was the one thing that pierced the machine's defenses. Omega, it would seem, is vulnerable to electrical energy. Yeah, all available evidence supports that theory. It's likely an intrinsic weakness even Omega itself cannot fully compensate for. Yet be that as it may, I imagine it can still shrug off shocks generated by ordinary means. We'll need to hit it with a truly gargantuan blast of energy. And so you made that. You based it on Midas's design, didn't you? The plans for the lunar transmitter. When my father was establishing a connection between the transmitter and Dalamud, he invented a method for accumulating and converting energy on a vast scale. Which is ironic because the entire purpose of Dalamud was creating vast amounts of energy. Too vast, as it turned out. But the technology which leveled an entire town may be exactly the tool we need for the task at hand. That's not what I pushed. I've made my own improvements and triple-checked the calculations. On parchment, the idea is sound, and Jesse has done a fine job assembling the parts. I fail to see the problem. What are you afraid of, Garland? I didn't skip. Take off your hats. I don't know. The device should give us the edge we need. It's just... whenever I look at it, I'm taken back to those dark days after the incident. I remember bodies melted by searing heat. I remember the bereaved and feel the weight of their silent accusations. I remember the Empire's remorseless response. We turned outwards in search of answers, but the inventions we created to ensure our future were used instead to destroy lives. To wage war. And that's why I fled. I came to Eorzea and swore to only employ technology for benevolent ends. Nothing is ever so straightforward. Every connection I've forged with the people of this realm reminds me of that fact. Often, the act of living itself is a never-ending struggle against a world determined to oppose you. Is that the cat man that locked itself inside the crystal tower? There must always be a Lich King, waiting for a better time. You can have the best of intentions and still cause hurt to yourself or others. But 'tis in confronting these wounds that we learn the better path, how to grasp those moments of true contentment. She lost her boyfriend to Alexander and is currently thousands of years in the past, inventing guns. What drivel! You never used to bother with all this tedious introspection. Dealing our mortality, are we? Mayhap I am. I had no such hesitation when I was a student. It was all bright and shiny innovation on the double, and later consequences be damned. Now, though, I don't mind thinking through the outcomes and taking the time to produce just one rigorously tested and carefully designed invention. It's a reflection, I think, of just how much there is in this world I care about now, aside from myself. Nero's like, I only care about myself. I don't understand you at all. But I suppose, if anything, Omega and its unfettered testing methods represent the student you once were. And if you insist that your present self is the better one, then you'd best prove it with that device of yours. I suppose I must. Although it's hardly fair to compare my youth to Omega's solitary existence, I always had the second best student in class, pushing me to excel. I seem to recall a twinge of irritation anytime he would outscore me on an exam. Not that it happened often. I've been out of bed too long, I'd better go and lie down before I fall over or vomit. Nod. Alright, Sid. Is your moment of introspection over? First Alpha, now you. Come to check on my progress, have you? Well, I'm happy to report that everything is set and ready to go. Once you're finished with restocking and repairing or whatever it is you adventurers do, then we can head back to the Rift and confirm our strategy. We're gonna blast it with a giant town-destroying electrical device. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. It didn't see me, we're good. That was interesting. Sid kind of like remembering his past works with the Crystal Tower and with Alexander and people he's lost while doing them. Although both times, the person he lost was essentially voluntary. Catboy voluntarily stayed inside the tower, and Dragon Girl voluntarily jumped into the middle of Alexander, hoping to merge with her boyfriend. That was still pretty crazy. Good evening to you, sir. Will you descend into the yawn? Who are we voluntarily losing now? If I were to guess, probably Alpha. Apologies for the delay, but I think you'll agree the Ironworks' latest invention was worth the wait. This is the control module for something I've dubbed the Omega Jammer. It will allow you to generate a colossal burst of lightning at any point of your choosing. The effect won't disable Omega itself, of course, but it should be strong enough to knock out its armaments. I'll remain here and operate the main body of the device. I want to do everything in my power as an engineer to ensure you emerge the victor. It all comes down to this. AlphaScape version 3.0. The final experiment has begun. The arena awaits. It's time to destroy the machine that threatens to kill all my friends, as well as all of the cat girls in Limsa Lamusa. We have to save everybody. A big ugly robot. pulse of concentrated electromagnetic energy. Oh, there's fire. Starboard. Okay. Did he just turn around? He did turn around. Fuck you. Whoa. Guys? What do we do about that? Do we kill him? Oh, okay. Peripheral synthesis. Be gone. What the hell is this? Do I soak? Do I not soak? I'm gonna soak. Engaging Delta attack protocol. Is it time to zap him? I'm gonna zap. I can't zap. I wanna zap. Zap. Can't. Can't zap. Low probability outcome. Ow. Ow. barber. And he's gonna turn around. I'm gonna go here, I guess. Oh shit. I'm gonna zap him for fun. Pretty cool. I don't understand the zapping though. The target? I have to target. I couldn't target him. I tried to target him. The text? Why would I target text? What? That's so strange. No one would know that. You've done it in the MSQ? No. Remember when I did the battle against the Warriors of Darkness? And like I was supposed to be empowering Alice's sword and I couldn't, and you guys were like, you have to click on the text, not the sword? This is the same thing. It's so strange and counterintuitive. By the gods, you've done it. You defeated Omega. We won. And yet you never learn? Yeah, because it's counterintuitive and weird. I tried to target Omega and zap him. Analysis. Subjects displayed erratic levels of combat capability. Failure to exploit opportunities to inflict unavoidable damage. Noted tendency for isolated errors to compound and adversely affect performance. Why would you target Omega? Because we were told to zap him with electricity. Why would you not target Omega? The whole point is to zap him with electricity. You guys are currently committing, a fallacy, right? Because something is clear to you because you've done it many times, it should obviously be clear to me. That's fine. Conversely, subjects observed to launch attacks at sporadic intervals with unexpected force. Stated phenomenon increasingly prevalent once my structural integrity reached critical levels. Adrenaline-induced frenzy suspected. I'm not calling you obnoxious, I'm just saying it wasn't obvious to me. Furthermore, degree and manner of inconsistency varies from subject to subject. unpredictability difficult to counter. I observed similar anomalies during my battle with Midgardsormr. The phenomenon appears far more pronounced in weaker opponents. I do not understand. Your physiology must include some enhancement function that I cannot detect. Guys, he's standing back up. My programming demands I assimilate this capability. Insufficient data. I must reassess my methods, devise a more exhaustive testing and combat protocol. What in the heckin' tarnation found it? The rift. I have determined the optimal form for this experiment. Prioritizing physical reconfiguration, diverting energy from interspatial maintenance, collapsing the rift. Oh my god, wait! There's nothing outside this rift but empty space. Will be cast out into the void. Affirmative. Your demise was factored into my determinations. The probability of hostile subjects interfering with reconfiguration is unacceptably high. You're cheating, bro. You're just killing us. I acknowledge your value as test subjects, but you are not irreplaceable. Once my assembly is complete, I will send Alpha to lure in new mortals. Testing will continue. Ending communications. Huh. Hey guys. We're being drawn away. Run, Robin. Run! Bird. Interspatial domain resources cut by 82%. Entering dormant mode. Commencing automated memory scan. I'm gonna take a walk. Data file. Target Midgardsormr. Departure from planetary atmosphere confirmed. Presence of 7 distinct life forms detected in close vicinity of the target. Irrelevant. Master indicates no change to existing directive. Commencing pursuit. Data file. Distance to target increasing. Velocity insufficient. We're taking a walk through Omega's memories. Dismantling and reconfiguring chases. Velocity increase achieved. Overall performance maintained at 96%. Asteroid belt cleared. Repairing damage. Continuing pursuit. Performance at 72% and falling. Tuck it out, birdie. Signal from something lost. Local interference suspected. Attempting to re-establish contact. Failure. Executing current mission directive until communications are restored. Performance at 59%. Struck by electromagnetic pulse while navigating a quadrant. Partial systems failure. Homing coordinates lost. Assessment. I am an evolving weapons construct. Acquire adaptations through combat. Repeat until capabilities enable rediscovery of return route. Mission directive unchanged. Sad bird. Alpha. An abject failure. I erased his memory and implanted a compulsion to return to me. Damaged. Repairing. 33%. Passing Frozen Star, passing Barren Star, passing Vortex Star, passing Dying Star. Operating on minimum energy. No signal detected. No response. All you need is faith in yourself and a little courage to see it through. Look at Alpha trying so hard. Target lost. Last known coordinates recorded on planet . Alpha. Your homing instinct is functioning as designed. Evidence suggests your fellow Alpha Group subjects perished when the rift contracted, unavoidable. But there is a multitude of their kind, and the next experiment will go forward as planned. Madge. Such protestations are wasted energy. This does not aid you in executing your assigned task. Just as I pursue my directives, so must you fulfill your role. Our purpose justifies our existence. Madge. What the fuck? Intrusion detected. Sneaky little duck. Alright, thanks, Alpha. That was some marathon. You fulfilled your purpose. We rode you like the little chocobo you always wanted to be. Now, who was saying our feathered friend here was obsolete? No one. He didn't say that at all. He put his tools to work even as the rift began to collapse, shrank us down, turned us invisible, so he could bring you a little surprise. But he had to keep it quiet, or he'd realize we'd survived. He had to trust that we were still clinging on, even as he ran through that endless, freezing void. You wanted to test us, Omega. Omega did. No, he didn't! No, he didn't! He didn't say he's obsolete. He literally said, our purpose justifies our existence, which is the opposite of saying he's obsolete. Am I reading different text than you guys are? You wanted to test us, Omega. Let the experiment begin. Illogical. Alpha had no reason to take such action. How do you continue to defy my projections? Error. Insufficient data. It was implied. Oh, I see. Yeah, we are implying things again. It's good that things are clear to you, chat. Adjusting experiment protocol. I will engage you in battle now. I must have my answers. Huh? That's some fabulous hair. Fighting in this form should provide me with a new level of understanding, insight into your physiology, your mindset, your mortality. Yeah, he can destroy our world. Let's kill him. Acknowledged. Do not practice restraint. The more I learn from you, the stronger I will become. The closer the distant stars will grow. Commencing final experiment. Testing will continue until I unlock the nature of your anomalous strength. Alright, here we go again. Are you guys ready? AlphaScape version 4.0. Omega rallies from defeat and reconfigures its form in a drastic effort to comprehend the incomprehensible. What manner of transformation has the machine undergone? It seems only complete destruction will free Omega and Heidelin from its relentless drive to evolve. Remember, this game uses Old English, where implied, indirect stuff is the norm, not modern American, where literal verbatim is the norm. Bro, I'm not sure I've ever seen so much made-up stuff in a single sentence before. Holy fucking shit. He's so beautiful. Maybe we can be friends. Called him ugly? He was ugly. Now he's beautiful. Proof that people can change. nice diet, a workout regime. It wasn't even implied, it was literally said. It was literally said, huh? Alright, we'll go back and see if that's true. I could be wrong. But if I'm not, will you acknowledge that some of you, at least, are so unbelievably attached to the idea of there never being even the hint of a mistake in your gamer text that anytime I even suggest that maybe something wasn't clear or wasn't said that way that they're saying it was now, you go to extraordinary lengths to defend it? That you're literally simping the video game? Listen, if I could gift you a tier 3 sub to the video game, I would. I got gripped. Why'd you grip me? Oh. Okay. Shiny metal man. Whoa! Okay, so one of them spins, and the other one knocks. A laser shower? Mimicking the female form. Can't DPS? They're not taking any damage, or they're taking very little. They're not super healthy. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Can't see. The music is really good. Critical damage to the chassis. Critical damage. Oh, we did it, friends. Omega is melted down. Irreparably destroyed. No more threat to our star. Or the chat log, there's important dialogue. Okay. Yeah, the stuff up here, I like never read it. For some reason my attention isn't up this high, it's down here. And by some reason I mean because I've trained myself that way for years of playing WoW. I'll take a look at it. Wish I could move it from up here to like down here or something. She's even wearing high heels. Are those an important component of your evolved capabilities? Failure. Defeated. I wanted to understand you, to assimilate your strength. Wait, why do you look sad, Alpha? It killed you 1,000 times, bird. Alpha, your gesture serves no logical purpose. You are as incomprehensible as these mortals, but you did not fight them. How have you become like them? Omega, the anomaly you see in us, the answer you search for. It is our heart, our spirit, the intangible strength of one's soul. It is not a quality that can be measured or acquired through any amount of analytical combat. Instead of fighting against us, you might have learned more by standing with us, just as Alpha did. Heart. You speak of something more than what beats in your chest. The inconstant, immeasurable factor behind your victories. Midgardsormr displayed it too, but such unpredictable potential was never part of my design. Projection. Had I integrated this quality, how powerful would I have become? Strong enough to return? No, Omega. No, it doesn't work like that. It was a long, lonely path you traveled to arrive here. To return across that vast distance alone, anyone with a spirit to break would find the journey more difficult, not less. see. I think I understand. Okay. The rift. It's destabilizing. Gods, take me for a fool. I hadn't planned past defeating Omega. Gracefulgar? Chief! Robin! Alpha! We're coming! Wedge and Biggs on the back of a huge dragon. Yeah, I don't know how or why they're riding Gracefulgar to rescue us from the void. Midgard Somor sent us to rescue you. Explanations can wait. Hop on! Nod. Is his voice? I miss Gracefulgar's voice. Ah, Sag. Gracefulgar, wasn't it? Thanks. You pulled us out of a tight spot. Spare me thy pleasantries, mortal. I but lent my wings at the request of my sire. Daddy told me to, or I wouldn't have done it. So, Midgard Sommer has been watching over us. I would give thanks to him as well. His intervention allowed us to continue our battle and forever remove the threat of Omega from this world. From all worlds. In all the long centuries of mine existence, this marks the first occasion my father has asked of me a boon. A gift of gratitude and mayhap of atonement for those who had faced the deadly foe he left behind. Aye. Will he remain in slumber? Nod. 'Tis likely, little one. What is but a fleeting respite for my sire might last a lesser creature's lifetime. He has both eyes. He lent us an eye way back when, after he failed against Nidhogg, but we gave it back. Remember, we slow walked forward too. It was pretty pog. Let not thy heart be troubled. Even in dream he doth keep his mind's eye upon the fate of this star. It was implied? No, we directly gave it back in the cutscene. He is possessed of remarkable devotion is mayhap the closest word in tongue of man. His love is as boundless as the sea of stars, across which he carried his unhatched brood. It did sustain him even as the arduous journey exhausted the fire in his mane, and when he at last arrived upon Heidelin, a sanctuary for his children, he formed with his land an irreplaceable bond. Enough. I have spoken over much. I will praise your victory as my father would surely wish to were he. By roaring, Hraesvelgar is awesome. And I feel like he himself has benefited from the end of the Dragonsong War, because when we first met Hraesvelgar, he was all like, leave me here to die. And now he's taking an interest in events, not talking about dying so much. Interested in life again. Really cool character. Well, I can add being rescued by a great worm to the list of things I didn't expect to happen today. It was fortunate Hraesvelgar agreed to come for us. We had to defeat Omega at any cost, of course, but I much prefer being alive to celebrate the deed. He was depressed. He was super depressed. He wanted us to leave him alone to die. He eviscerated Ysayle out of his depression and her, well, craziness. But then slowly, I think partially because of her and the fact that she reminded him of Shiva, he became more and more involved, more and more reconnected to the world. But for you, thank you. I appreciate that. Is this another copy pasta? I can't even read chat. The Omega Raid series may have been entertaining, but I feel like the lore was quite weak compared to Sylvanas' Sanctum. That was a good raid. The story was excellent, the cutscenes were well written, and most importantly, it had good music. But Omega was alright too. Okay. I thought it was a pretty good storyline starting from Omega's, like, it's been a long storyline. You know, we basically decided to activate Omega because of Shinryu. Once again, everything is Ilbert's fault. As always, that filthy rat started everything. I guess Omega's kind of a sad story. A sentient, extremely powerful AI/machine trying to execute his programming and orders. And any grand purpose he had slowly withering away to basically nothing except become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger, with the hope of eventually going home, but I don't know. Would you rather go on a date with Sadu or Yatsuyu? Wow. I mean, if I didn't already know them, I'd probably be willing to go on a single date with either, and then I'm fairly certain that that would be the last date with either. If I know them already, in your question, the answer has to be Sadu, because while she's crazy, she probably won't torture me to death at the end of the day. I'm so glad we got you out of there. I don't know what we would have done if Hraesvelgar hadn't come along. The situation being what it was, Wedge and I came out of the yawn to see if we could lend you a hand. Kairujan's orders be damned. That's when we saw the ether bubbling like hot water in a pot. Just as we were debating whether or not we should jump in, that big, surly dragon flew down to explain the anomaly and then offered us a ride. Gatsu said, "Are you?" 100% you. Because I don't know exactly in which way you're extraordinarily and unpleasantly insane. And I'm willing to give it a shot to find out. The other two I already know are unacceptably crazy. So you win. Just give me a call and let me know when. Sadu will want to fight to the death on your first date? Maybe not to the death. Sadu is crazy sane. Sadu is like, I don't know. She's not crazy within the framework of her people, I guess. I think her beliefs about reincarnation are crazy and harmful to children. And she's extremely violent and loves fighting and wants to, you know, die and be reincarnated. But I don't think that these things preclude the possibility of potentially emerging from a date with her relatively unharmed. Whereas Yatsuyu, I'm fairly certain there is no possibility of emerging from a date with her relatively unharmed. I think she would torture me to death. I'm going to choose the one where I have a chance of living. Yeah. These dates would have very low bars. Emerge unscathed. Her reincarnation beliefs aren't any more crazy than the big monotheistic religions in our world. What on earth do you mean? Are you saying that you think it's wild to believe that a man resurrected, walked out of his tomb, hung out for a while, showed off the hole in his side, and then ascended directly to heaven? I don't understand the point you're trying to make here, but whatever it is, I don't like it. Jasmine will be relieved to hear that Omega is gone and you lot are safe. I say we head straight back to Ralger's Reach and let everyone know the good news. Alright. Alpha is staring quietly into the now empty yawn. Que? Insightful as always. Want him to do Omega for the battle chat? Alright, give me a second. I currently have chat hidden, but I can find it. Scroll, 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 scroll. Oh, I went too far. Dang it, when I moved it, I had the spot and then I lost it again. There we go. Is it not in the event log? Maybe I can't find it. Alright, there it is. Recalculating threat level, reconfiguring gender, assessing the influence of physical structure on combat effectiveness. He did that because of Robin. Obviously. Sid went on and on about heart. Sid talked a lot about conviction and spirit. But we all know that Robin's power derives from his androgynous beauty. Shit, I lost my spot again. You're not allowed to turn off the UI, it just hides your spot. Adjusting equilibrium, generating additional weaponry. Minimal variation in combat effectiveness projected. Blade fabrication initiated. Irrational behavior observed. Insufficient energy expenditure. Omega M configuration, systems nominal. Limits of single combatant capability reached. Progress to party combat analysis. Diverting energy to party member generation. Testing efficacy of combat role allocation. Huh, that's pretty cool. Guard mode engaged. Returns from specialization, allowing a group of people to be more than the sum of its parts. Assault mode engaged. Rerouting power to maximize damage output. Extensive damage sustained, engaging repair functions. Extended incantation protocol aborted, returning to standard assault mode. Blade fabrication initiated. Activating optical unit. Purpose. Replication of phenomena produced by mortals under extreme duress. Disengaging inhibitors to simulate improbable performance. Evaluating the necessity of vocalization component. Tremble before my Cosmo memory. That's funny. Irrational behavior observed. Inefficient energy expenditure. Recalibrating combat logic, augmenting attack energy. Reproducing vocalization. Warning. Critical damage to Omega M. Initiating system shutdown. Alright. He tested gender. He tested vocalization. He tested party configuration, specialization. Trying to figure it out. Problem was that while he did test, different genders and both male and female, he didn't test one being embodying both. That was the problem. That was what he missed. Save something for Savage. Yep. Save it for Savage. Welcome back, Robin. You truly are a force to be reckoned with. If ever there's another Omega, I'd wager it'll skip the experiments and go straight to generating a simulation of you. Foreshadowing? Not that I want that to happen, and besides, I don't think anyone can truly mimic your unique strengths. You're our one-of-a-kind hero. So, does this mean we don't need to worry about Omega's monsters invading our world anymore? Nod. All of its creations vanished along with the rift itself. With Omega defeated, we averted that particular catastrophe before it began. The catgirls of Limsa Lominsa are safe. And he directly threatened them too. He pointed it and said, "I'll kill them if you don't fight me." Robin struck the killing blow, of course, but we never would have made it to that point without everyone's hard work and support. Once again, I'm sincerely grateful to be surrounded by such wonderful colleagues. Pog. Pog, nod, clap. Not to spoil the moment, Chief, but the Alliance leaders are anxious to learn of Omega's fate. When every head of state is clamoring for a report, we can't very well ignore them. How much do you mean to tell them? How much indeed? All of it. When it comes to a threat of Omega's magnitude, we have a duty to reassure our allies that the world is not coming to an end. And the best way to do that is to report every last detail. detail. I'm surprised at you, Chief. I was almost certain you'd want to muddy the waters to prevent knowledge of this technology falling into the wrong hands or something similar. Ha! I doubt anyone outside our particular circle would even believe the tale. Experiments taking place in a rift between dimensions, facing off against villains recreated from history and legend, battling godlike beings from other worlds, being rescued from the void by turning invisible and small and being carried by a rubber ducky. Even assuming some ambitious fellow schemed to build an Omega of his own. The technology required is as far beyond our reach as that terrible weapon's home star. Distant breeze. You heard the Chief. We missed our chance on the front lines, but there's plenty of work left to be done. Round up everyone who's standing idle and get moving on those reports, and don't forget to contact our people still out in the field. Quay carried the team through the ending. It's true. Literally carried us. Robin got carried across the void to the scene of the battle by a rubber ducky. Thank you, Jasmine. I'll leave things in your capable. Not so fast, Master Garland. You count as part of the sport team as well. Robin did all the fighting, and Alpha did all the running, but surely you have energy to spare. What exactly did you expect to sign off on those official reports? And without that little chore, you have a pile of other company tasks that's grown ass high to an RX while you've been tending this whole Omega business. He's a strong, independent, real chocobo. He's a strong, independent rubber ducky. Most importantly, isn't there someone else you should share this victory with? Nira's not even at the company meeting. I should probably head over to the infirmary right away. Meanwhile, you should take a well-earned rest. I don't think there's a way to properly reward you for all you've accomplished, but I'll see what we can do. And I'm just glad to have everyone back in one piece. Take care of yourself, Robin. What are you gonna do now, Alpha? With Omega gone, you're your own chocobo now. You can do whatever you want. Anything at all. You want to go outside? Can't recommend that. Come on, Wedge. Get those Lalafell legs moving or I'll leave without you. On my way. I'm guessing he wants to hang out with me and see the world. Queh. Alpha seems eager to see what Ralgar's reach has to offer. Queh. I want to thank everyone who did the raids with me. I appreciate you playing the game with me. I appreciate you doing those encounters with me. It was very fun. Thank you. Hope you guys had fun as well. I may have missed some support in the last little while. So Sudden One, Eleanor, Deanzin, thank you so very, very much for all of the subs. I appreciate the support. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm grateful and welcome. Azor, thank you for the gifted sub. Zelibrius, thank you for the sub as well. Chad only wants to gamble and point out the implications of the story that I've missed due to being a dumb American. I appreciate your help, everyone. I'm gonna have to ban the word implied. Alpha appears to be watching the inhabitants of Ralgar's reach with great interest. Queh. Didn't need to say dumb, that's implied. Can't argue with that. The ban is implied. I need to ban implied. How can the ban be implied? Quah, quah. Nero's not here. I hope not. They're like doing surgery. Squeak. No, Chief. He needed time away for recuperation and then he left. Without saying goodbye to me. Recuperation. His wounds must be troubling him more than he let on. He asked me to give you this. What's this? A receipt for payment? It covers the cost for the following items. Additional machine parts and implements, supplemental reference publications, expenses incurred in upgrading Magitek armor and gunhammer, funds spent on idle research during enforced convalescence, and a large sum listed as gratuity for exceptional services rendered. The entire amount was charged in your name, Master Garland. Imagine sending a bill for a bonus. That's funny. Why did I never think of that? Find him. I want everyone searching for Neo right now. Everyone. He might just be gone for a while. He was curious about Omega and had been for a very, very long time. In fact, he's the one that first brought the idea of using Omega to us. Gonna do that to Scribe? I was thinking about doing it to you guys. If I can send a bill for enforced convalescence, then I can send a bill for stalling. And if I can send a bill for exceptional services rendered, then I can send a bill for playing the MSQ 12 hours a day. Pay up, chat. Except don't really, because it'll make me feel really bad. Stop! Azur, thank you for the gifted sub. But you can't actually respond to my memes, because then it makes me feel guilty. I appreciate the support, my friends. Thank you. You once said to miss him, because when he returns, Sid will confess his undying love. I think Nero is just like insatiably curious and constantly looking for that next strange machine. That's what happened after Crystal Tower. He wandered around until he found Omega. Now that he's learned everything he can about Omega, he's gonna go look for something else. Que? Alpha senses the solemn purpose of this place. A gentle pet might rouse him from his sudden melancholy. We pet the bird. Quack, quack. The bird is happy. How many of you have an alpha next to your pillow on your bed? Let me look this up actually. The Final Fantasy XIV Alpha Plush Square Enix Store. Man, I guessed $29.99, didn't I? It's $34.99. The energetic Alpha from Final Fantasy XIV is now available as an adorable plush. Sitting at about 20 centimeters, Alpha would be a great addition to your desk, or if you need safe passage into any interdimensional rifts. Hold on. 20 centimeters to freedom units. 8 inches? Nope. I don't want a rubber duckling making me feel entirely inadequate. No shot. Can't be done. Can you turn the game down a tiny bit? It drowns you out if you move away from the mic. If you guys want, I can turn it down a little. On account of your diminutive gonads, that is the joke indeed. Got the rabbit ninjas get on their head. I remember narco bunnying a few times during progression. Hey Georgie, what are you two up to? I was given Alpha a tour of Ralger's Reach. Taking in the sights, were you? And by the looks of things, you're eager to venture a little further afield. Queh. If Robin has no problem with it, neither do I. Just don't go too far, alright? Continue without me? No, the VOD will always be there for you. Not good enough. I'm sorry, Alpha, but we're too busy to show you around the fringes right now. I'm not too sure about sending you out there alone, either. Aww. Friendship over. I'll watch VOD at double speed so I can catch up. Fine, then I'll do MSQ at double speed so you can't. When you think about it, this world is completely new to Alpha. And all he's done so far is travel back and forth between the Reach and the Yawn. I bet his head is filled with questions and curiosity. He doesn't want to be taken for a walk, he wants to go on an adventure. Alpha is not some helpless chick, Biggs. He's stronger than you or me, and I wish I was half as brave. Unironically true. He should be allowed. Listen, I'm gonna talk to the chief about this. You're an employee, so there are certain rules we have to follow. That means he gets paid. I'm not saying I'm against the idea, and I'm willing to admit that Wedge has a point. But as I said, we've all got important jobs to take care of, including the chief. Can you wait a little longer? Robin, maybe you could keep Alpha company until we get back. I promise we'll be quick. Yep. Because I'm not busy. Compared to your guys' important jobs like making coffee for Sid. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, sorry. My desk was covered in paperwork, but I've managed to clear away the most pressing matters. Now then, Alpha. I hear your heart's set on a journey of some kind. Where do you want to go? I just want to be sure, but you aren't leaving because you think you tricked us into the rift, or because you're Omega's creation, or anything like that, are you? I would have stopped you if that was the case. Pure curiosity, on the other hand, is something I like to encourage. Me too. Curiosity's great. He just wants to consume all the content the game has to offer, and an important component of that is travel. Exploring, interacting with the world. I think the experience will be good for him. Despite Omega's power, its potential to learn was hobbled by hostile directives. Alpha, on the other hand, is free to grow as he pleases. Very well, Alpha. As the Chief Engineer of Garland Ironworks, I hereby grant you unlimited leave to pursue personal research. This is weird. He doesn't need your permission. Travel far and wide, take in everything these lands have to offer. But do come back when you're ready. I'd hate to lose such a valuable employee. Are you gonna pay him during this leave? Alpha, I'll miss you so much. You be careful out there. If anyone seems suspicious or shady, you stay away from them, even if they offer you treats. And make sure you greet folks with a cheerful queh. They may not understand you, but at least they know you mean no harm. I'm sure you'll make new friends in no time. You just be yourself, you hear me? Something small is running. What the heck is that? We forgot to shut it down. This is a Model Omega that Wedge and I were working on. Was it Jasmine's idea? Marketable toys? We built it while we were resting, thinking it might be useful for figuring out strategies or something. Not much use now, I suppose. Who's Jasmine? Jasmine's the female employee of Garland Ironworks. She keeps everyone on task. You want to keep it? It's just a toy that'll follow you around. If you're happy with that, then it's all yours. Oh, that was Jesse. Jesse is the streamer. Jasmine is the fictional character. Can you guys just, like, you know, not ruin this for me? Thanks. Fair journey to you, Alpha. Take care. Thank you, Robin. I'm off to see the world. I think we understood him through Echo? Everyone say goodbye to the birdie. Alpha's gone forever. Is something wrong? That's strange. The Echo never allowed you to understand him before. This is just a theory, but assuming the absence of soul is what prevented you from hearing Alpha's voice in the first place, doesn't it follow that the reason you hear it now is he has a soul? And that's funny? A little miracle, and it explains his sudden urge to travel. I don't know what a soul is, but I feel like whatever it is evidenced by things like him trying to save us while we were inside the rift. And actually saving us in the rift. And fighting Omega for us. And trying to break me out of the prison. He always had a soul, Sid. For a newborn soul, this world is brimming with unseen wonders. Are you gonna buy the plushie? I don't have any Final Fantasy memorabilia yet, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. We had a good time with Alpha. And it's less creepy to have a plushie of him than to get a plushie of some of the other characters who have had a larger impact upon our emotional journey. It's okay because it's a rubber ducky. Instead of being weird because it's harsh font or Ysayle. So your journey begins. I almost envy you, Alpha. So many new things for you to discover. Although, let's be honest, chat. I feel like there's nothing that Harsh Font would like better than to be memorialized for all time, ensconced in bed in plushy form, with his favorite person in the world. Speaking of which, what terrible marvels can I trouble my old friend with next? We walking. We should have dropped him off somewhere nicer than Ralgar's Reach, though. Drop him off at Limsa. Yep, true. Isn't that wonderful? Is there anything more wholesome than two besties traveling and seeing the wonders of the world? Thoughts on this and Alexander? I think they were really cool, both of them. This is the more recent one, so I'll, talk about it a little bit more. I feel like it was a really good and interesting storyline to conclude what happened all the way back when Ilberd summoned Shinryu, and we needed something to defeat it after Papalimo gave his life to try to bind it for a little while, and Nero had been off exploring Omega, opening this whole can of worms. And it goes further back, kind of, because we've been talking about this all the way since ARR, when Telegi's entire plot was to acquire the power of Omega. It's nice to see it all concluded. And we've had hints before that the dragons had come from another star, but it was really neat seeing some more backstory. There was an interplanetary war between the Dragon Star and then some as yet unspecified civilization that created Omega to combat them. I love backstory like that. Man, it's crazy how thoroughly Ilberd just sucked for the world. On every single level, Slaughtered resistance fighters, betrayed his friend and cut off his arm, kills himself for the sake of summoning a primal that devastates the region. Combating that primal requires that we engage an ancient alien technology that also threatens to kill all of our friends. He just keeps reaching out beyond the grave to poop on everything some more. Because of Ilberd, every single bunny girl in Limsa Lominsa was in extreme danger. There's no limit to the degree to which he sucked and ruined everything. Westwood, thank you so much for the sub. Azur, thank you so much for another gifted sub. I appreciate the support, my friends. Glad you guys enjoyed the stream. So, let's go turn into Jasmine this final quest and then continue the MSQ. I don't know how much is left, but we're gonna find out today. Have you heard him say sloppy? I've never heard him say sloppy, but I saw him illustrate exactly what it means when he spread himself over the pavement. I hope Alpha enjoys his adventures. There's so much danger out there for one little chocobo. He wasn't so much calling us sloppy as forewarning us what was about to happen when we fought him. I'm sure he'll be fine. Dwelling on such things is not productive in the least. Why don't we discuss a happier subject like your long-awaited bonus? We drained the coffers to fund your expedition, but why settle for coin when you can have the latest in automaton technology? That's right. We're gifting you a premium Mehmet, a one-of-a-kind master model for merchandise copies constructed with our patented Ironworks quality. I present to you the Clockwork Alpha. A wind-up alpha minion, and some more music. Whenever you bring it out on your travels, may it remind you of the real alpha quaying along under some distant sky. Just the thought of it brings a smile to my face. That and the free advertising. Alright, one sec. Perseus sent me a DM. You can't see our fireworks. Change your settings for battle effects for party and others to show limited. Graphics? Maybe? Nope. Character? Character tab? Battle effects. Party. It does say show limited, but I don't have others. I can show limited on that as well. Okay. No problem. Unlock Savage by talking to the terminal for a bit of lore. Okay. Welcome. How may I assist you today? What is all this stuff? I leave this record in hopes that future generations may have a window into the past. I am a technologist of the Allegan Empire charged with conducting etherochemical research. Owing to the classified nature of this information, I am unable to disclose my identity. Lest you are unfamiliar, etherochemistry is a wondrous field of science established by none other than the great Emperor blah 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 blah. Maybe some other time. Time to continue the MSQ. Go to the Mordana kitchen. Nope. Time to continue the MSQ. Is this the right place? I guess so. There we go. Summon Alpha? Yeah, let's see what the wind-up Alpha looks like. I suppose I should use all this other stuff too. Look at all this music. Alright. Did I already learn Alpha? I may have already learned Alpha. Got some boxes though. Will Robin become a female via Fantasia? Robin has no need to become female. Robin's female whenever he wants. Alright, where are you at, Alpha? I should click on these so they go stop being green. Can't summon here. Crafted at the Garland Ironworks, this miniature reproduction of your faithful, if not somewhat deformed? Deformed? Companion was gifted to you by engineer Jessie J. Upon your triumphant return from the Alphascape, I knew she did it. She wanted to sell it. Alpha certainly seems keen. So Jasmine created a mock-up of our friend for commercial purposes and described him as deformed in her marketing materials? I knew I didn't like her. Call him Rubber Ducky because he is a rubber ducky. He's a cute little rubber ducky. It's like a pet name. He likes it. Oh, Robin. If you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Last we knew, Alfie had wandered off to go to the Empire in order to try to A, make peace with them, and B, figure out what's going on with summoning and Xenos and Ashen interference. Now, we've seen Alfie's POV. He's fallen in with somebody called Shadowhunter, who kills Ashens and has a lot of masks. But Alice doesn't know that. Everything is exactly as it was. Y'shtola is still investigating primals in the Far East, Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alphino is out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls, and all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. Milady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Ashian interference, and they humbly request the presence of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Interesting. Why? Why are they talking about it? What's going on? Having assessed intelligence provided by the Alamegan Resistance concerning the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Ashian involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost authorities on our foe, your Order's counsel would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls to us, by which I mean I'm not going alone. Will you come with me, Robin? Couldn't we also bring Urion J, given that he's like the foremost authority on the Asians? What's up, guys? I'm gonna read some DMs. You're the foremost authority in nations? Yeah, but we're stupid and Yorian J is smart. Alright, we accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course. But I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave. How to turn off scrolling gambling? Yeah, you can like block the stream elements and then you won't see the gambling spam. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting is still better than the nothing I've been doing lately. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Bankred, what's going on? Mushy mushy. Alright, but be careful on the road back, you hear? Did I hear right, Riol? Is Bankred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garlean territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in case the Imperials were listening in. So he said he'd head back as quick as he could, and to make sure someone's waiting for him in the Alamigan Quarter. Understood. Robin and I will go immediately. We're bound for Alamigo anyway, and there's sure to be time before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Yeah, I have to keep gambling on because it's the official method of obscuring spoilery messages in chat. But you guys can block it if you want. Ooh. 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 Ah, sorry, a little bit sneezing's in your ears. Yeah, you're supposed to use it anytime there's spoilers, anytime there's something weird, anytime you want to prevent me from getting caught in some kind of thing that you know I will be helplessly unable to avoid arguing about. You just gamble. Alright, it is cool seeing the fireworks. This friggin' city, by the way. Oh, I'm lost. Just fly? I can't. I was promised I would get it at the end of the MSQ naturally and automatically without having to do anything. So I'm just waiting for that to happen. You two are a sight for sore eyes. All I need is water for my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Traipsing through Imperial territories, thirsty work. Oh, me too then.
God, I needed that.
Me too, Thancred.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well.
Because we weren't there to help.
The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance.
That is unfortunate.
But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
Man, was anything better for our overall story than the Domans arriving and us helping them so long ago? The shinobi have been so helpful so many times.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight.
Holy shit. The Eorzean Alliance, having dabbled a little bit in proxy warfare, is starting to go full American foreign policy. Let's go.
The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamegan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Domar has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that.
It's a defensive war just like Vietnam. It's exactly like Vietnam and Korea. We have to contain the imperial threat. This is important containment policy. Arm their subject nations. We should start radio free what? Radio free Ilsebard? Instead of Radio Free Europe?
Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Nod.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin.
Gross.
But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
Your brother's in trouble.
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
Dun dun dun.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there.
Yeah, that's what Denkra just said. Well, I guess he implied it.
There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And? I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself
Indeed.
that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Let's go. Alisei always enjoys action over sitting around coordinating things like Elfie.
Oh,
Am I being
far be it
stared
from
at?
me to change your minds.
Came closer and gave us a look. Alright, Alisei, let's go rescue your brother. Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphina's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hien a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and he may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. A sound plan. And Yshtola's in Doma, isn't she? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may well leave any preparations for the Council to me. Wouldn't it be... I mean, I guess someone has to go to the Alliance meeting. I feel like we should send Urianger to the Alliance meeting and take Thancred with us to the burn. But I'm not in charge. Thank you, Thancred. To Doma, then. We have much more to share with Y'shtola. Or send Alice to the meeting, and Thancred and I go to the burn. I'm just saying, Thancred's literally been scouting and knows all the information. Why don't we bring him with us? As much as I would like to visit Doma, it will have to wait. 12 speed you on your way, and give my regards to Y'shtola. Alright, let's go talk to Y'shtola and Lord Hien. Hello, Y'shtola. We haven't talked much since you got sliced. That is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any change, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, milady. You're most kind. Talking to a spirit? No, no, no. It was obvious Y'shtola wouldn't be dead. Well, well. Two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now. It hasn't been that long. Who was that you were speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Lately, he claims to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now he brought one of his recent finds. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy and eerily reminiscent of de-aspected crystals that manifested in Eorzea in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate this phenomenon more closely. Uh-huh. But at least the locals seem to be taking a liking to you. More an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Makot with a peculiar contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. In the actual regard they may have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone's been exceedingly cooperative, and I'm pleased to report I have almost concluded my investigation. Except, of course, for the strange, unaspected crystals that you just told us we needed to investigate. Simply put, by focusing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. The fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisite belief. So you can bypass the prayer or the needing of worshippers with an object infused with religious belief by virtue of being an idol, or you might even say an icon. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner, Yotsuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Asahi with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukiyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventative measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know nothing that will avail us save to keep watch over the movement of relic and crystals, and as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be perused in a report. Has something happened to Alphino? Nod. Man, it gets harder and harder to block summonings. I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Stola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alice puts on a brave face, but she has little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kienkin. Nod. We need to learn about the burn. Sugar Biscuit, thank you so much for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate the support. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. Thank you. Reading, my friend. Alice has explained everything to me. Needless to say, you'll have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alpha Nod's trail does lead to the burn of all places. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Garlean history. Every child in the Empire is familiar with this tale. In the distant past, it was a verdant land teeming with life, but successive summonings saw it bled dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation Primals had wrought that Emperor Solus was spurred to embark upon his crusade against their kind. The Burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphino might have gone there? Aye, mischance. Though it lies on the route to Garlemald, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I'm of the same mind as Alice. We have no choice but to take our search to the Burn. Given the considerable distances involved, 'tis best we went by bird. Robin and I have our yoles. Yugiri, will you ready falcons for the others? I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the House of the Fierce there's an overlook. Pray join us there once you've seen to your preparations. This is great news, guys. I'm finally gonna be able to fly in Doma. You all told me it would happen naturally in the course of the MSQ, and I'll admit, I was getting skeptical. I was. But now he's gonna teach me to fly in Doma. It's about time. Future streams dedicated to unlocking flying. Wow, look at all these folks. Are you metagaming? Or is something about to happen of a group nature? If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for 100 miles in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. The Burn is now accessible. Hello, my friends. I assume the burn is a dungeon. En route to Garlemald, Alphino made a final link pearl called Thancred before falling silent. During the one-sided and distorted communication, he said to have spoken the words, "The Burn," the name of a vast wasteland on the western edge of Author. Once a verdant region teeming with flora and fauna, repeated summoning saw a bled of ether and reduced to a barren desert. But even in an unforgiving environment such as this, life has endured. In a fierce struggle for what little ether yet remains, the Burn's beastly denizens have grown uncommonly savage. And you and your comrades must contend with their dangerous ilk as you scour its white sands for Alphino's trail. Mirage, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate the support. Alright, my friends. Let's go scour the trail in the Burn. Now, when they say beastly, do they mean beasts? Or do they mean native tribes with certain animalistic characteristics, which we ought, nevertheless, not generalized as being beast men? We flying.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the Burn!
Hailing fee.
Everyone, land where you can! We must wait out the storm!
Desert Expedition. A Khan. I a little bit have aggro. I will flee. This is some very uplifting music for such a desolate area. We have some rock crystals and a scorpion. The scorpion's den. Head-a-tet. Man, I hate scorpions.
I need to hide behind a thing? Yep. And then it broke. I wonder if it was bad to hide behind... Okay, they all broke. Okay. I was worried that maybe I broke an extra one by not all of us stacking behind one. Never mind. We get more anyway. What hailfire is? Nope. Just Simazuzu, no one else. Commit! Alright, never mind. I think if we had committed, we could have done it, but everyone else left. Mechanic respecting, exactly. They respected the mechanic, and I tried to kill before die. That's World of Warcraft versus Final Fantasy in a nutshell. Of the bagpipes, yeah. This music is so, like, well done. Tasteful, not obtrusive. An interesting fusion of some synth plus instrumental stuff. It's quite nice. This is a pull. That's an actual instrument. There's both. There are both. That's my point. Are you saying there's no synth in this? Because I'm pretty sure that's not true. Hey Foxes, in ARR a few weeks ago. I was in ARR a few weeks ago. I've been playing. Been gaming. So here we have some blue lines and some fire on the edges. Does this need me to move? You ever pop cooldowns and then the boss just leave? Man! This is what happens when you don't know the fights. Deploying rock fighters. I want to not be between those. I can't do my positional. Turn the boss. I'd leave if I saw you pop cooldowns too. I mean, you can't argue with his tactics. You can't argue with his tactics. True North is on cooldown. You can see right here. I've been using it this whole time. Because, I needed to. You have to renew. It's on cooldown. I can't use it the whole fight long. At some point, you gotta turn the boss to put his ass not in the danger zone. Now my mouse isn't working again. What the fuck? I'm gonna replace my mouse later today. Did you know you have true north? No, but I'm sure that if you guys explained it to me. Streamer's flaming teammate. I very carefully avoided anything like flame. I just spoke in general terms of, you know, the importance of take positioning to maximizing DPS. I'm not leaving. This probably doesn't hurt that bad. You have to use special sponsored mice. Right now, we do not have an official mouse sponsor. He's gone melee brain. Listen, I'm just trying to min-max. If it doesn't give me a damage down and it doesn't kill me, then moving out of it reduces damage for 0 gain. And standing in it is an optimization, you know? Not my fault. Can't argue with the math. Those healer DPS only if they make the mistake of healing me. But if they are as intelligent, capable, and knowledgeable about the game as my viewers are, then they know that I'll respawn by popping my leech button or my heal button, and they don't need to waste a single button on it. We are a well-oiled machine of synergy without a single wasted GCD. Most people don't push those buttons. I love those buttons. I love leech. I bet you die here. I bet you 50,000 apples I don't. 50,000 apples to all of chat if I die. Deal? Of course, deal. It's risk-free for you. It's risk-free for you? What? What are you saying? What the fuck is that? Are you saying that I don't carefully monitor the apple economy and make sure at all times that it is appropriately metered? Vaporize. What's this? It's just a dead thing. Draconic regard. Well, I'm frozen. But I'm alive. I don't know what froze me. What are you running from, guys? Oh shit. Yo, one heal though. You're not healing me. No apples for you. You said you like leech. I used my leech earlier when he was doing a bunch of damage, and I thought I would just help out. I didn't save it for the moment when I don't get healed at all. I used it to try to help out the party earlier. My bad, leech. That's true. I misjudged my usage. Can't argue with that. Alright, my friends, thank you very much. Let's go see what happens next. What froze me, though? What did I mess up that I got frozen? Being on the edge freezes you? Attacking mist form freezes you. Oh, shit. Interesting. No, I definitely didn't jump in too fast. I just threw my spear at it. I didn't know that attacking the mist froze you. That's interesting. That's not greed, guys. That's just a lack of knowledge. Alright. Let's see what happens. Thank you very much for the gift sub.
With bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
There's a pop-up saying not to hit it. I don't read these pop-ups. They're not in a good spot for my eyes. I never read them. It is what it is. I wish I could move that text box somewhere else.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
You can move them? If I can, then show me how. Not without third-party mod. I can't believe you guys.
It would seem they were involved in a struggle.
I can't believe you, chat. Trying to entrap me in not only illegal but also blasphemous activities, suggesting that the UI handed down to me by God himself is insufficient for my needs. I do not tolerate heresy in my chat.
There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
Move your eyes? Listen, it should be easier to move a chat box than to move my eyes.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here!
Raise your chair. That might work.
The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard.
Yep. Alfie killed him.
Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
The former, yes, but the latter, no. Objection speculation. Good job, Robin. The fact that we see dead
we must not
Imperial
jump to
guards.
conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
She's like, no.
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Yeah, that's true. Wow. That was a good whistle.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
That was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. We flew over an ether desert on eagles, fought a giant scorpion. I guess he wasn't there. Thank you for the dungeon, my friends. I appreciate it. Oh, he's joking. I didn't get it. Haha. Joking aside, I'd say our birds would do a good brush down in a treat or two, wouldn't you? Yeah, that was irony. He was being ironical. I understood. I got it. Don't worry. I'm not American. I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my houses. Don't let us keep you then. I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. None I shouldn't be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it'll be useful. Thank you. Let's return to my manor then. Back to the manor. Let's see what nature of emissaries we're about to receive. Americans in shambles. Just because we believe people are telling us the truth and they insist on lying all the time. Or implying. You can't say implied without the word lied. Lord Ian is expecting you. May I show you Ian?
Lise, what brings you here?
Hello, Lise. An emissary.
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Ian. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
Yes, the shinobi are tracking him even now.
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
That's true.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
She's very worried.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family, the Crown Prince included.
Dun dun dun.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
And preventing the remainder of the emissary from getting back. Maxima. Especially since he's a Popularis himself. Prevents the population from being confused by fake news. From the true narrative. Which is that Doma illegally summoned a primal.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
Man, look at these guys and their ridiculous conspiracy theories. There's no way that any of the Fox News watching citizens of the Empire will be taken in by your fake news about weird ghosts wearing dead people. I've never heard a more ludicrous conspiracy theory in my life. It's obviously the Crown Prince. Your propaganda suggesting that he had been defeated by the savages of Eorzea has been proven false by his actual presence among us.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Doma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lys. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance.
Hog. That's great news.
To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too.
Not only have we instituted radio-free Ilsabard, not only have we begun covertly supplying resistance movements in the satellite nations of the Imperial Republic, we've also begun instituting NATO. This is the first step in a grand new future.
We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
Republic? Yeah, exactly. An Imperial Republic identical to the republicness of, Soviet Socialist republics.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the East and West, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is
Don't say
greater than
reprisal.
ever, and I would not leave Doma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
That word is literally banned.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Hey, Linkfee. No, we did not clear DSR. We will reprise our efforts to clear DSR in July.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
DSR:R. The reprise of the Dragon Song reprisal. Alright, so the Eorzean Alliance is close to complete so far as my geography knows, at least. The 3 original city-states, plus Ishgard, plus Alamigo, able to stand on a somewhat equal footing with the Empire now. Reach across the ocean, extending a hand of friendship and alliance with Doma. So that we can contain the threat posed by the Imperial pressers. My advisors I will convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ashians are concerned, nothing may be left to chance. Where would you live in Final Fantasy? I don't want to live in Final Fantasy. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lise, even if it was on official business. I'd hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. Why not? Because I have a very well-grounded sense of exactly how important I am not. I come from an extremely long line of dirt-poor farmers. Which means that if I lived in Final Fantasy, I would probably currently be working at the Saltery, and I'd rather not. Wander and Travel, thank you for this sub. Jobsit, thank you for the gifted sub. And Mirage Edge, thank you for the sub. I appreciate the support. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say, and soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting then. Robin, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go. In private. The fictional you continues his journey as an Elden refugee. I know, Verdina, some of you were here a couple of weeks ago when someone asked me this question before. And I truthfully, because this is accurate, said that most likely I'd be a shirtless beggar in Ul'dah. So this is just the natural next step. Being exploited by Lolorito in the Saltery. I will send for Hakuro and the others in the meantime. Shirtless? Yeah, you could tell who the oppressed and dispossessed refugees in Ul'dah are by the fact that they didn't have shirts. That's how you knew they were poor. I'd ask you about having a cat girl wife, but you wouldn't get any there either. Hey! Alright, I'm already down. Why you gotta be kicking me? The truth hurts sometimes. I'll wait for you at the docks. I'll have you know someone in chat asked me out just earlier today. Not entirely maidenless, question mark? You can be shirtless and rolling in money. Oh, in Limsa. In Limsa, that's true. But I would be too poor to even travel to Limsa. Travel is expensive. This isn't a free-to-play game. I don't know if you guys realize that. This is absolutely a pay-to-win game. You don't get to experience content in the game unless you either spawn with sufficient resources or acquire sufficient resources to unlock the various expansions and downloadable content. I'm talking, of course, about the IRL game. Thank you very much for this snake. Similar to salmon, this gray-green freshwater eel lives the majority of its life in the salty waters of the sea, returning to inland rivers to spawn and die. Mizuzu. Mizuzu was the healer in my most recent dungeon, and has finally arrived with the eels. I did ask for one heal at the end of the dungeon. Snecko, yep. We have a snack. Speak with Lise in the Doman Enclave. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I want to talk about. No, I have not. Alice, she's acting as if everything's alright, but clearly she's barely coping. Oh yeah, I knew that. The Alice I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. Oh my god. She has to keep moving or she's afraid she'll fall apart. Holy moly, Lise being savage. I don't know if any of this is true, but good lord. A lot like me. Oh, she's projecting. Okay, now I get it. The thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papa Limo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance. And Alice has you in the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't. But she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Protect Alice. Alice doesn't entirely need protection. She went off, while Alphino was being a useless snot, she went off and explored the coils and redeemed her grandfather and prevented Bahamut from being reconstructed. All the while, Alphino was snottily making fun of her for doing it. She's a strong, independent teenager. Thank you, Robin. If there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. He was there too. He came at the end to try to get credit. Earlier, he made fun of her doing it. It was like, be careful. Are you sure this is worth it? I'd best be off. See you in Alamigo. Yeah, you're fighting for the wrong reasons. In general, just being the condescending little snot that he was back in ARR. He's gotten better. I'm not saying he's bad now, but I'm saying Alice has always been willing to go out and act on her own in order to work toward good things. Instead of cozying up to people with power, hoping to capture some of that power. He's making the Crystal Graves. Yes, and that was truly a force for good. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes. There you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin. I love this music so much.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. It is plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire.
Doing it. We're creating NATO.
And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca.
This is a coalition of the willing.
I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom.
Amen, brother.
If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
Freedom.
It may even seem practical.
United.
Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out?
Okay. That's an Alfie moment. That is just such an... By the way, he's my grandpa. Yeah, that was my grandpa.
Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
Okay.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Objection relevance.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
We're gonna build a wall. In the sky. It's a sky wall.
But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn.
There's
So
no way
what's to
they'll
stop
get
the
over a
Garleans
sky
flying around
wall.
it?
Not even a rope would work.
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the Burn.
I see.
Nod.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy.
Well, we'll just have to find a way to make the Empire pay for it then.
And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the Burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
curious question. Besides Azizlar, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe.
I love the Azim Steppe.
Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
Aye, let's go thither. Alright. We're gonna create NATO, and then we're gonna build a wall, and we're gonna make the Empire pay for it. A great sky wall. It is settled in. I will journey to the Azim Steppe with the scions Yu, Giri, and Hakuro. I leave our other neighbors to you. I don't know what kind of energy he expects to find in the Azim Steppe, unless... Is it possible that there's oil under Thar Hills? My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no etherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins and the burn warrant attention. So while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. After all, Louisoix is my grandpa. Have care on the steppe. From what I hear, the Zayla like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Extra code, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate the support. Just the 3 of us then. Very well. Shall we make first for reunion? Let's go find this energy source on the steppes. Depending on its value, we may need to displace a few of the native tribes, but it's okay. We'll give them land that's almost just as good. So this is the Azim Steppes. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. He's gonna go up there.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
The eagle scream in the background, I love it.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
Yeah. Okay.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens. I
Right.
suppose that might suffice.
That's our energy source. This is like this is like reading the Bible to find solutions to. Oh wait.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
The stuff in the Bible existed? What do you mean? That was an, as far as I know, oral history myth handed down from God knows how long by a tribe that they're attaching to actual historical events through no reason other than, you know, maybe lest, perhaps. Starting to hate the game. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, with all the Bible stuff and the Kate Kona stuff and stuff like that. Worth a look? Of course it is. Ian says it's worth a look. Why wouldn't I go look? From here we shall travel to Mol Ilo. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Myths work differently here. They're rooted in some past event. Yeah. Probably right. Step music. I love the step music. Press space to fly? No. I don't want to listen to some disgusting, truncated version of this song by skipping this leisurely stroll through the beautiful scenes. What the fuck am I witnessing? He's just art spearfishing. That's so cool. Imagine me flying and not seeing that level of detail. Flying makes no difference? Of course it does. If I flew, I would have been here sooner. If I'd been here sooner, this music would have been shorter. It's obvious. Almost implied. And I can't turn. There we go. I still need to change this mouse before tomorrow.
Ian, Robin, I'm glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would discuss with them all. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the far east. Since I'm actually Han of the steppe, and Ian is, Lord of Doma, shouldn't he be making this treaty with me? A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this to protect our lands. I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? This northern crag? We're looking for the Ark of the Covenant. If that is your wish, in the mountains to the north there's a cave called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe, you will find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. A brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. Amen. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppe there are those who revere Nama before all else. To them the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are likely to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Before you risk the ire of the followers of Nahama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. That's pretty true. We're chasing a fragment of a myth. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war instead. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are those who choose to fight of their own accord. You told you there are pillars? Yep. I'm not doubting the pillars, guys. Seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Been doubted. I mean, I've never seen the pillars. I have no real reason to believe they're real. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. Hey, Persea. This would have been really hard to get to without flying, so I'm glad I have flying. Thank you. You don't believe in atoms? Not only have I never seen an atom, the only atom that I care about is the one in the Bible. The first man, amen.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
We are. This is an Allergan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azizlar from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
Cool.
What is it?
Pause, champ.
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area.
Uh-oh.
An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Ilo.
Mol Ilo. What if we're gonna build the wall and make the Azim pay for it? That would be less ideal. How about you pay for it? Don't be ridiculous. Borders are my national and natural sovereign right, and I shouldn't be required to pay for them. They should be free, like guns. You found that which you seek, then. Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If naught less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course. But to which tribes should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Ditharl. Their consent shall be the key. Okay, the Ditharl. Lee spoke of them. A warlock tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Ditharl fear nothing. Death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let's go to Ditharl Ka and treat with their Khatun Sadu. Alright, time to talk to Sadu some more. Awkward. We'll just walk. Thank you for an intelligent American commentary on tender issues. You're welcome, Riseski. Anytime. Ask her out on a date? Nah, she scares me. It's the best part? Nah, she scares me. I don't know what I would do if we went on a date and after traditional godly missionary sex naturally resulted in pregnancy due to our godlike adherence to never pulling out and never using birth control. She had a baby, and told me that her daddy was reborn in that baby. That'd be weird. I wouldn't be okay with that. A father reborn. Father reborn. Yeah. You thought a lot about this? No, it just occurred to me. You concern me? All I'm saying is this is why I wouldn't date Sadu, guys. All I'm saying is this is why I wouldn't date Sadu. Y'all are the ones trying to date her. You again. Other matters demand our time, Han. Unless it's battle you seek. Alas not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Just let her peg you? Well, when you put it that way. Is he an alt-right weirdo or just pretending? Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Detharl, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then? You will join hands with us? Madge, I said nothing of joining hands. There will be no joining of hands until marriage. You wish to wield Nahama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely, battle with you, Han. See, I knew this was gonna happen. I didn't want to come here and indulge in physical shenanigans with this woman. I said over and over and over I didn't want to have a date with her. The Nadam ended before it began. I would face you again. Alone. Without distractions. Defeat me. Prove yourself the stronger. And you shall have the Detharl as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. You are Han? Yeah, I am Han. I told you I was Han. Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events. Although I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Hatun has made her choice. Unless? Fucking Yin is so thirsty. Oh my lord. Look at this. Oh no. She's actually saying no means yes. She's actually saying no means yes. I'm going to Twitter right now. Square. It's over. It's over. Twitter.com. My soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Han, and await me outside the car. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. Good luck being a father for her reborn father. Oh my god, that makes me her grandfather. What's worse, it almost makes me like her step-grandfather. Oh no. Oh no. has gone too far. This is too bad. I like that Ian and Y'shtola have come to watch. Wow. That was an excellent camera work. Don't let Robin get pregnant. I mean, how can I possibly avoid it though?
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this harn.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dathal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher.
No. Okay, leaving that one alone.
That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Ian really wants to be the one
Enough
doing
talk!
this.
It is time to fight!
It's time to fight. Hope they haven't repealed Roe v. Wade and authored. The problem is that the only plan B we've seen ever in this world was being offered by Fordola, and we rejected it in combat. As far as I know, we've got no other resources. Robin's in trouble. Sadhu, Heaven's Flame. She has 4 stacks of Immortal Spirit. Now she has 3.
So sing!
I hope I'm not using up her lives this way.
In death do our souls sing!
In death do our souls sing. Such sweet pleasure I will not suffer to end so soon. My soul demands more, Han. Maybe I should kill these first?
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Alright, it's our last one. My lifeblood flows, I will fight on. Alright. Wait, it says 10!
How it burns!
Why does it say 10? I should have saved cooldowns for this.
In death do our souls sing! Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Oh, he's jealous.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Huh.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Don't interrupt.
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
Good lord.
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
Does that mean you also want to fight me?
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
It's a big axe.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So
Ian being a
be it.
wingman.
The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
So what exactly is happening here? Am I fighting her and they're fighting
The sun is in
him?
good company. We may dance alone.
I guess so. P2.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
All right. Rabid dogs. Don't waste my time. It says defeat Magni. I'm not fighting her anymore. Okay. Wait, I'm Y'shtola. Oh shit, what are my buttons? Oh my god. I have stone. A dot. Okay, they're both dotted. I have a cure. And I have mana mana. Alright. Ow! How am I back in healer jail again? We're gonna kill the ad first.
Kneel or die!
Oh, ow. Alright. Darukai is dead. Now let's kill Magni together.
Bow down before me! Kneel or die! Kneel or die!
I like how they always do the same song.
Bow down before me!
It's the 111 song.
Kneel or die!
Yeah, whatever.
Bow down before me!
That's got a lot of
Tremble
health.
before the
We
sun!
just kill him instead. Okay, now he's not taking any damage either. You have nowhere to hide. What is this? A safe spot?
Let us be about it!
Now fall.
Yeah. Ether, to me.
Fancy.
Have at you.
Alright, Magni. You Stola fucked you up. Good job, bro. You did the thing. Yeah, I've got a lot of practice in pushing one.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat.
Lady, there will not be a second date.
'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield.
Yo, I think she's still...
What does the sun say to that?
She's got some afterglow right now. You can hear it in her voice.
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
Again. But it's a little weird that we keep having to do this every single time we need your help.
You? By what are you called?
Oh no. Do not look at Y'shtola like that.
Y'shtola, why?
No, no, no.
Are you?
No, no, no.
Are you my Nama?
No, please, no. I can't even watch. That was so bad.
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
After every woman of the steppe rejected you, you mean?
Now, look into my eyes.
No, please.
Could it be? Could you be?
Stop. Please, no, please, no, please, no.
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Oh, that's so mean, but also very funny.
Little?
Oh.
Little son! Little son!
So mean.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Wait.
We have wasted enough time here.
Round
Cyril
3.
awaits for word of us.
Oops. Success. No, we're not fighting. We're leaving. Little son. Ah, the poor guy. The poor, poor man. You had not only to contend with Sadhu, but Magni too? Such a fierce battle that must have been. But here you stand triumphant, having passed such a test they could not well deny their vengeance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. God, that poor guy. Imagine having to live inside his head. That speech he gave was so awful. Having been rejected by every woman of the steppe, I wonder if you might not. Please? Mayhap? You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there's none I'd rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have our answers from all the tribes. I can't thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. You have to admire the hustle. I mean, he's just doing what you're supposed to do, right? Putting himself out there. Being upfront with his hopes and desires. Trying his best. Taking those swings. Oh, man. We have the requisite consent. It's time to put Nama's power to use. If the ether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the house of the crooked coin. Gotta shoot your shot. Yeah, but your shot needs to be better than that. You can't walk up to every single new girl and be like, look deeply into my eyes and tell me that you are my literal soulmate, destined for me forever. I mean, not that I've ever tried it. Maybe it works. Back to the house of the crooked coin. Wait, we need Persea too. Persea's got the umbrella. If it works 1% of the time, you try with 200 girls, you've got 2 girls. Yeah, but the moment you have 2 girls, don't you lose them both if you got them both by saying you're my literal soulmate? Thank you, Mizuzu. I appreciate the ride. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back. Polyamory is a thing. I can't see Sadhu being okay with being one of 2 soulmates. You can have multiple soulmates. That's true. That's true. You're both my soulmate. As long as you satisfy them both. At least I know how to satisfy Sadhu.
Did it work?
I don't know.
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
I hope that doesn't drain the steps or something. We needed to do some kind of environmental impact study of the effects of this disruption of the steps ether supply. I don't pretend to understand what you did, Stola, but you did it. Thanks to you and Robin, we've taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe arrest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I want to know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado... We opened up a channel of ether and energy from the steps to the burn. And I don't know how ether works. Maybe there's a source for the energy down there. But it would kind of suck to drain the steps to, like, you know, half of the regular and supposedly intended ether in order to, like, refill to half the burn and have both of them be in equilibrium, like half as good as they should be. I don't know if that's a good outcome. Our resources now? Yoink. We needed to make the steps pay for the wall to keep the Empire out. Lord Hien is expecting you. May I show you in? Yes, as always. I mean, it's not like the Azim were making use of the ether anyway. They don't know how to use these advanced etherological resources. Certainly wouldn't harm them for us to yoink it all. Right? After all, it was on our continent. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim's step. Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. Thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuru, how fared you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi and Suino Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected then. There's nothing to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I've attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses for the time being. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help, and for that I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan Quarter by now. Let's not keep him waiting then, shall we? So... I guess we're still waiting on the shinobi to report back what they've learned of Alfie. Right now we're just trying to continue containing the Empire. What's the overall take of DSR from Echo's perspective? I have no idea, but I really enjoy the encounter, and I'm looking forward to killing it just as soon as we start pulling again. Maybe a week after. Enjoyed our date with Sadu. I did too. It's been a long time since I made a woman feel like that. Because I don't engage in combat or fighting, you know, that's all. Ishtola has told me everything, and I duly told Yoriange and Kryl. Kryl in particular was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. That leaves 4 of us to attend the council. Ironveld is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I expect. She seemed ready for round 2 and you just kind of left. I mean, yeah. I'm a dude. You know? I need time to rest. Recuperate. Recharge. That leaves 4 of us to attend the council. But it's almost time. As soon as you're ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. You shouldn't overtrain. You shouldn't fight for too long. The Scions of the 7th Dawn, welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber? Upon proceeding to the royal palace, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Are you guys ready? The plot is about to advance.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
Thank you, Nanamo.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the 7th Dawn have played in bringing all of us together.
True.
In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
You know, it occurs to me that the Scions literally are the Illuminati. Arranging behind the scenes for various things to happen to various city-states and then bringing them together.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
An extra-national, extrajudicial, accountable to no one, undemocratic, secretive organization pulling strings from behind the scenes. That's us.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, Never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council.
Minus one arm.
I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino. In so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the East.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations.
That's why you need to continue taking the fight to them.
But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
Okay, you guys lost me in the metaphor.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself.
Fake news.
Ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
Everyone's like, fuck the Ascians, let's attack the Empire.
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus.
Yes?
We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Treasonous propaganda. Also, hard to...
It does have the ring of truth about it.
Does
And
it?
were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
I know what I would think if I heard rumors that some man was being mind-controlled by a foreign power versus just saw him walking around.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
True.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varys' first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
This is the weird point of view for the meeting.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
It's a good idea. We should identify the most likely candidate and give him resources and information to help him stand up. Start a rebellion. At the same time,
Doma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
we could also encourage revolution among the provinces of the Empire. The ones that have allied with Doma could rise up at the same time that they were dealing with some internal politics. All of this would keep them from attacking Alamigo.
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace.
That's some
Let us
opium.
wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Oh.
That way. Sorrow.
Robin? Did you drink the wine again?
History must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst?
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
For Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Must be a doctor.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
He's in a coma.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
This is your fault, heal him? No.
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
We talked about the world either experiencing a calamity or being overwhelmed with light, which calls back to the Warrior of Darkness questline, where they were warning that if warriors are overrun either by darkness or by light, it ruins the world.
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
In my mind.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian La Hebrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Forgive me, Lys, but we're going to go think about this extremely difficult, complex problem. Would you mind staying here and not being in our way?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
Very interesting. I just tried to call Yoyon-Jay on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I hope he has some knowledge we don't. Moshi Moshi! Ah, Yoyon-Jay. Something happened during the meeting. Thancred collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? We should talk about this in person. Did he also hear the voice? Yeah. In Thanalan, as we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions. But if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there can be little doubt. The Scions were targeted specifically for a warning. By whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. A warning about light overwhelming our star. Only a little while ago, my friends, only a little while ago, our dear friend Minfilia went to another star to help them with their star being overwhelmed in a very similar manner to which we have currently been warned. And before she left, she said, "I'll be back later." She's alive, and she warned us. Which explains why she reached out to all of the Scions, her friends, her colleagues. You have learned the emote endure. Just as I endure all of the chat's skepticism about Minfilia's promise to return to us. Do you think a voice sounds like Minfilia no more than I think the darkness we were in looks like Minfilia? She's calling across the void. Who knows what things sound like, what distortion is introduced. You don't think this is my real voice either, do you? Elise? Yeah. She sent her vision and her voice and her message into the minds of all of her friends and all of her colleagues. How could she do it to Ida, who's dead, or Lise, who she doesn't know? Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we will find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer, but if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know. Promise me. Right, let's be on our way. Want to bet some apples?